morning. Hello. Hello, hello. Lovely to see you. Well, hello, Nemo. Hello, Balvar. Thank you for the wishes, the polite. Thank you. It's appreciated. Well, okay. Clear my throat. So I've been away for a while. We're back in Unity again, and I'm gonna see if I can get this book done. Let's get some music on. Make sure I've got stuff set up correctly. There we go. There we go, just a little bit of background music. Okay. Right. Okay, where did I get up to with this is what I need to now remember. So, we have been trying. I need to move my headphones off my desk because they're kind of blocking things a little bit. There we go. My desk persists in just being an awful mess. Got everything we wanted, now we're far and wide. Didn't need an explanation for us to get by. We ran around in circles and never asked why. I wanna be inside. Okay, let's run this and see where we got to. So we still have this. Vaguely remember this now. Going from the start to each next page, and they can go backwards and forwards. You can also go from each page to being closed. Vaguely remember that. Okay. So we have like the page turning sort of working. That was weirdly delayed. Hmm. Huh. I don't remember that happening last time. Internet died for me a bit there. Hi, Nemo. How you doing? How's things? Yeah. Much better. Good, good. We'll see if I receive a shipping notification today. Huh. This is a problem I hadn't foreseen. I've gotten lots of naps, so I'm up at odd hours. It's always the way with you, no, isn't it, Nemo? If you don't get one, no worries. It's okay. We'll see what it says. In theory, I've ordered one, but because of the time I ordered it, it's like, well, I knew it was like, oh, it's not going to be shipped until we get to the week because of when I ordered it. So that's why I say we'll see today if I get a shipping notification or if I get a refund. I assume. I know from my own experience that coming back on a Monday after a bunch of online orders that have happened over the weekend, it can be a lot and can sometimes take a while to get through, but we will see. Hmm. Literally, God, this book project, every time I feel like I have solved a problem, I've inadvertently made another problem. So I thought I solved the problem of, oh, all the pages were like turning instantly. And I've somewhat added in a bit of a delay now, and you can see sort of there how like I haven't applied it to all of the pages, so the last couple of pages still go really quick. And now I think in doing that, the way that I had tried to fix it is now causing it to not close properly when it goes back to the hip. God fucking damn it. That did not change anything. I have two other possible sources. One I don't know current status, and the other is looking really good. So it took a lot of time and work combined efforts. My chance is super good now. Thanks again. Oh my god, awesome! Hilariously, if they all work, it means we'll end up with 3. As far as I could tell, I see no reason mine won't work, other than just it's weird that it's out of stock everywhere else. With how popular they are, that's not a huge problem. That's true. It means that you've got one to give as a gift, one to keep for yourself, and one. I don't know. to give as another gift. 3 is vastly better than 0. That is true. That's very true. I seem to recall that this is another one of those things where even though you can change the numbers, they don't actually take effect, I think. If I change the transition time to 1, will it speed it up? No. It just made it more snappy, basically. Not what I'm after. I turned off exit time. Also, I must fund you for your efforts only because you will be able to officially tell people you were hired with real money in real life to hunt and capture a dragon. If I have expertise in anything, it is potentially in obtaining dragons. I have a lot of them. I think I did say this, is that technically I think if we exclude Pokemon, the most of any species I have is dragons. If you include Pokemon as a whole. Whereas if you don't include them as a whole, so if you consider like a Totodile and a Bulbasaur to be two separate ones, then I have most thing I have is dragons. These opportunities don't come around every day. What's the other thing to put on your CV? I can put it in my Twitch intro. I feel like I need a new Twitch intro. The old one is pretty old now, and also is only with the old model. I'm starting to feel like I need a new one, but it's more work. More work. Oh, wait, getting too ahead of myself. Okay. I mean, it snaps shut, but at least it's snapping shut faster instead of before where it was, like, lingering. That's a slight improvement, I guess. And what I did was I turned off exit time. Now exit time is set to 0, so let me try that again. Yeah, so when we even though exit time is set to 0, weirdly, even though exit time is set to 0, if we turn off exit time, we don't get that weird delay where it doesn't close it. So we want to turn off exit time. I believe this is one of those things where it doesn't take effect if you do it while in play mode. No, it doesn't. Even though you can modify it. Even though you can modify it, it doesn't actually take effect. Okay. So can't wait till you get to my evolution. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait. Okay, well, it's closing really fast, but at least it is closing right away. So I need to apply that to all of the other pages. Ugh. So I basically just need to remove exit time on all of these arrows. It's so cool that you can do this. You're talented making these things so well while you're learning how to do it. Oh, God, thank you. Honestly, I need to like send a lot of thanks to Ace because Ace seems to know a lot more about doing Unity stuff, and they just offer me help, which I appreciate because I really am not good at this kind of thing. I like doing the make it pretty part. I don't like doing the program it part. Okay, so now we turn to a page. And we go back, and it closes. To the next page, and it closes. It closes really fast, but it's fine. The important thing is that it closes. Hello, Husk. You can see how the last few pages like turn really fast. That's like another thing I need to fix. But I think in theory I know how I'm doing it. How are you today? I'm not bad. I'm not bad. I'm trying to work out how to get this working how I want it to, and I don't know how, so I am working it out as I go. Yeah, so I mean, Hope Found is crazy. Just shows how much you can do. Anything can be done. Anything you can do that much with is going to be super complicated. Yeah, I am very basic in my technical avatar work when it comes to like actual programmed in stuff that can do things like just the basic of like put on a texture, blend shapes. Obviously, because I made my own avatar based in the cobble. Like I know how to set up all like the hands and the rig. Step straight. And the rig and stuff. I know how to do all that, but like when it comes to stuff like this, it's like I don't know. It's funny though how much like progress gets done in the VRC like dev community by furries. It's just funny. Like it's not surprising, but it's funny. Good morning, Core. Because furries works out how to make digigrade rigs work for their legs. This is not a digi one, but so that because you got to think that a human leg just goes hip, knee, ankle, foot, which is what VR chat has to use. But obviously, furries they have hip, knee, and then the ankle is up here, and then foot is down here. So for most VRC avatars that are non-digi, this bit of ankle basically just gets ignored because the human ankle just goes straight down to here. So like your ankle is here for your foot. Furries works out how to rig VRC avatars in a way that it uses the human skeleton, but also uses the furry ankle rig. Using mathematics and constraints. Yeah, is the example. This is the guy that like worked out, so you can see how he bends his knee, but the ankle is also bending. Very good. I have seen your fashion, Core. I have seen your fashion. Whatever makes you happy. Imagine the programming that went to cephalopods in Monster Hunter. I can't even begin to imagine. Absolutely insane. Spent a night in the woods to find direction. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Oh. Spent a night in the woods to find direction. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Oh. Here, let me show you a little bit of wizardry that this same person did. This same person who did the digigrade rig. So the person who worked out how to do the digigrade rig for VR chat has also made a dragon base where the wings can be your hands. I took the Rattler's pants and painted them gold. Amazing. Gold Wrath gear, yep. You can stand on them, you can lift people. Wizardry. That's black magic, and then there's new black magic. So this was stuff that was worked out a couple of years ago. The furry fandom has worked out has advanced even further now. Because furries are truly crazy for what they will try to achieve for the sake of their personas, which is now we have working. Even bearing in mind again that VR chat has to use a human rig because you are a human. We have working four-legged avatars now. Where you are still a human, but the avatar is four-legged. It's not even like, oh, you could be a dragon and it's like the humanoid one. It's like you can just be a dragon now. You can just be a dragon. This looks so funny to me. But then you can go on all fours. Crazy. And you can switch on the fly. Yeah, and the hop. You can switch on the fly between being slightly more humanoid and being quadrupedal. I don't know. I don't know. Couldn't even begin to tell you. There's just so insanely clever people. They're just so clever. And then the addition of just like, oh yeah, you can dance in dance worlds with it. So like it works as a human. And people can ride on you. And it's like really good performance wise as well. I don't understand. That's like the most baffling thing. This is actual witchcraft. It's a good performance rank on PC. How? How is it a good performance rank? Furries. Furries are actually insane. It's wild. It's so cool. And here I am trying to get a book to open. For real. I think the pet thing someone did was high tech. The pet thing. You need to be more specific. Do you mean pet as in petting someone's head, or pet as in having a pet follow you? Those two different things. The mini tiger bee. Yeah, the mini tiger bee is very cute. I will say followers, as they are referred to as VR chat followers, i.e. having a little critter follow you around, have been around for a while. The tiger bee follower is quite an advanced one, though, I will admit. Very cute. Very cute. Yeah. VR chat followers have been around for a while, but again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, we're making improvements, because I think previously a lot of followers were just that. They were just a thing that would follow you around and you didn't really interact with them. But now we have ones where it's like, oh yeah, you can pick it up. And it's like, what? Very cool. Very cool. Ugh. My brain is very willing to be distracted because it doesn't want to do this. By the way, I watched the clip video. It was fantastic, although I watched it being made, so I kind of already saw it all. Well, I appreciate you watching it even though you'd already seen it, because obviously the additional view counts and helps a lot. I blame Kels for the fashion because she showed us Wrath can be solo. I don't think I could solo it. Yeah. Well, technically, yeah, Naren showed us it could be soloed. Naren soloed it while we were there. Because we did it with curls in a group. Once you know that you have to solo it, it's true. Hope did amazing when she's great. She is. She is. I will be thanking her in some way. Definitely feel like it's a tank only thing. Yeah, that's my vibe as well. That's my vibe of just like, yeah. I feel like when someone says something is soloable, even though Coles was like, sometimes you can solo it as like a DPS by out DPSing. I feel like a lot of the things that are soloable, quotation marks, are soloable by tanks because you don't die, which is generally what is needed. I feel like most healers and DPS classes would die too quick to a lot of things, with apparently a handful of exceptions. But I assume anything that is marked as soloable is generally by a tank, because yeah, you have to not die. So 0-1 was done. Yeah, there you go. We got this weird wiggle again that just appears out of nowhere. Because look, there's no keyframes here. It's so bizarre. We literally have frame 0, nothing. Frame 1, nothing. And then the frame 2 at the end here is exactly the same. And yet, for some reason, there's a little wiggle in between. So I gotta fix that. It's to do with this curve that's just here for some reason. Okay, we no longer wiggling. We no longer wiggling, apparently. Gimme, gimme, gimme a man after midnight. Okay. Hi, Raz! Such a heckin' sweet upgrade addition to the friend group. Yeah! I agree. Lovely to have her out. Yes, I'm trying to solve mystery wiggles. Big stretch. Thinking about it further, maybe a mobile DPS just because it has an enrage timer. You'd have to be pretty fast. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Because he has a ranged attack. He has a ranged attack fireball that targets you. So it's like you're gonna get hit. You can't dodge every attack. Knockback is cheating a few times. He was nowhere near me, and he bonked me. Just like actual Monster Hunter. Yeah, well, I had my headphones on downstairs when like we were doing it, and I was off making a cup of tea, and everyone was talking about it, and I just kept answering what he was saying downstairs, and none of you could hear me. And Niren and Carls, and they were like, "Oh, like, as I said, I legitimately ran upstairs to be like, oh, it's almost like it's a 0.1 drop for the chest because that's the drop rate for a Rathalos gem." And it's literally all because it's a Monster Hunter reference. And they're being like, "Oh, they're you can dodge these attacks. They're not telegraphed with like dodge zones, but you can dodge them." And I was like, "It's almost like it's a 1-to-1 of the Rathalos fight in Monster Hunter, and you can dodge the attacks if you know the telegraph. The telegraph is the animation, just like in Monster Hunter." You're thinking about it like an FF boss, and you got to think about it like a Monster Hunter hunt. Guys get bonked, just block everything. I suppose that's why you would have like Paladin with a shield, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so we go back to drop sheet. I can't zoom in anymore, god damn it. I can see that. I can see that there is a line here that isn't straight. It won't let me zoom in anymore. If I could take my gun lance to FF14. We have shields and we have gunblades, so we're only 2 steps away from a gun lance. Well, even while at a bonk range, it shouldn't hit. I got bonked. Yeah. Half of the course of like, bullshit, that didn't hit me. I can see it. I can see the wiggle, but like I can't zoom in to like select it. And I want to try to move it back up. That seems okay. So now, zoom out so much. Zoom out so much. Alright, how long did I make the original ones? I went for 115. That. And yet we still wiggle! I will murder you. I will kill you. Flat. Get out of here. Why? I don't know why Unity decides to put that in. Oh, and now it's not getting rid of it. There's another keyframe underneath. That one. There we go. Ah! I could tell how super busy Blue was with the wedding because I haven't heard her say anything about the Mustard Storage reveal. That's true, honestly. That's true. I did know of it. It isn't even like I didn't know about it. I did know about it, but like I was busy with other stuff. We talked about it a little bit when I found out, because I did find out on stream. Because funnily enough, the direct happened while I was streaming, but I wasn't watching it on stream. And Sam literally came straight into stream and was like, Blue, you need to watch the direct. And I was like, why? And literally it was the first thing, so I just opened up the direct and I was like, ah! I see. I was looking at its owner and it's happy, so it's got the book wiggles. Happy wiggles. I do the happy wiggles. Why? I don't understand why Unity has done this, because, again, as I said, this frame is a copy of this frame. They should be exactly the same, and yet there is movement between them. And it's like, huh? Why? And it's because it's like just put in this weird, like, curve thing. And I'm like, could you not? I didn't tell you to do that. There's a little bit of movement there, but it's like negligible. Oh. Ugh. Unfortunately, I will say that I think my one takeaway from making the book is that I don't want to make anything this technical ever again, because it's not, even if it is one of those things where it's like at the end of it, like, I succeed, I didn't enjoy the process. I didn't really enjoy the process of having to do all of this little nitty gritty work. Okay, we don't appear to be wiggling. At least if we are wiggling, it's not noticeable. No, it doesn't appear to be noticeable. I can see like a tiny bit of movement there, but it's not. It's not noticeable really. Ugh. You enjoyed the design more than programming, and I'm sure they're happy with the reverse E. It's just one of those things where it shows how, like, this is how, I mean, this is literally how, game studios would form back in the day. Of literally just like, hey, I like doing this job, but I don't like doing this job, and someone being like, oh, cool, I'm the opposite. I like doing the other job, but I don't like doing that job, and it's like, cool, well, I'll do this, and you do that. Because people do collab on assets, is the thing as well. So like I would be down to just be like, hi, I've made something that looks cool. Someone else do the clever bit. It's almost like I've actually spoken with someone about this. Oh, they're putting Mega Revolution in TCG Pocket. Suppose I should have seen that coming. I just read the subtext on the bottom of the card. Okay. In non-video game news, I did the dumb. Uh-oh, what did you do? Three pillars: art, music, and programming. Some crazy people do multiple of those. Even Mr. Undertale hired an artist. That's true. And also, infamously, the coding in Undertale is not the greatest, but it doesn't matter because the game works perfectly fine and is very enjoyable. Okay, so we have now tweaked the animations. I went for a walk with my house slippers instead of regular shoes, and halfway back, my feet informed me that was a bad decision. Oh gosh, yeah. You don't realize how much regular shoes are designed to actually support your feet until you're wearing what is essentially a piece of cardboard instead. Which, FYI, is why I hate women's flats. That was literally how I described them growing up, because my mom tried to get me to wear them to go to school. She was like, oh, wear these. They're really pretty, and they're what all the girls are wearing. I'm like, these are so uncomfortable. This is a piece of cardboard. It's a completely flat bottom. No support, no padding. I hate these shoes. I hate these shoes. The amount of times where eventually I bullied my mom to take me into the boys' shoes section so I could get actual shoes, because almost all of the girl shoes were just stuff like this. And I was like, this is so uncomfortable. What the hell? Even as a kid, I was already in the mindset of like being practical, which is hilarious because it's one of those things that parents always are like, try being more practical. And I'm like, I am. The shoes hurt. I'm not going to wear shoes that hurt, but they look nice. Yeah, but they're not practical. No matter if they look nice, they're not practical. Hate these shoes. That's why I don't wear Converse. Yeah, I briefly tried a pair of Converse to try to be in with the kids, to try and be popular, and they hurt. They did hurt. I didn't really like wearing them, and soon I got rid of them. Sneakers and boots are a great sport and look fantastic. Yeah, Converse are actually really bad. Because again, they're basically completely flat. They don't actually offer you any support. Excuse me. Oh, things be vibrating. I don't know if you can hear that when that happens. Hmm. That's still going too fast. Did I not update them? Honestly, I don't like most dress shoes for men or for women, yeah. Fall into sketches with the sliding back thing so I don't have to tie them. That's fair enough. I think my dad also has a pair of those that he really likes. There are good heels that support well, but maybe that's because I naturally favour the front of my feet. I'm trying to think. I think I do as well. I think I do lean on the front. And then remember when I used to work shows and I'd be standing all day, it would be the front of my foot that would hurt more than the back of my foot. Though after a full day, the whole foot would hurt. It feels natural to lift my heel a bit more when I move at anything but the slowest speed. Yeah, I've never been very good with heels. I'm a little better with them now, but they always have to be a chunky heel. I'm not good with like a thin stiletto heel. I need that support. My ankles are not strong. They've never been strong. So I just wobble. I just wobble if I don't have the support. So yeah, because I wore a heel for my wedding dress. It was a chunky heel. I wore a chunky heel for the wedding, and I did okay. I still don't comprehend how your ladies do high heels and maintain structure and take a lead in your ankles. Well, like I just said, at least for me, I kind of don't. I kind of don't. Though, I've literally just made this thought now. That's probably something to do with my hypermobility. Not having very strong ankles. Because I've always been that way. And I think there was a point where my mum was like, oh, the more you walk in heels, the stronger you'll get and it'll be better. This was not the case, chat. I feel like I may even be able to wear the heelless heels better than some. Those are the ones that actually blow my mind, the heelless heels. I'm like, how? You're basically tiptoeing the entire day. Like, yikes. Like, sometimes I do tiptoe around, like, not to sneak, but just because. It's probably the neurodivergence, but not all day. Couldn't do it all day. Yeah, I'm very much just like a pair of trainers, please. Comfy pair of trainers. Good support, a little bit of squish in them. It's good. My problem is I have wider than average feet, and a lot of women's shoes, as we just saw in the flats that I showed on screen, a lot of women's shoes tend to go the opposite of, what if we pushed your feet to be really, really narrow? And I'm like, my feet are wide! I need wide shoes! I don't need narrow shoes, I need wide shoes! Go the other way! I often walk on toes just more comfortable. I actually wonder if I'd do well on heels. Yeah, sometimes I just tippy toe around for some reason. Hang on. Oh, I'm probably not going to be able to find it. There we go. Tippy toe. Yeah. Pause music for a bit.
You know, this is dead as a sign you might be on the autism spectrum.
Yep.
You know, this is dead as a sign you might be on the autism spectrum.
Lift up the... I do that. Oh, yep. It do be like that sometimes. Literally, memes like this were a contributing factor in me finally going to the doctor about it, because I was like, it has happened too often for it to be a coincidence of just be like, that's me! Oh. Very funny. Can you not? We already know I'm spectrumed. We're all spectrumed here. Mm-hmm. This has been with ADHD means for the last year. I end up going to Mersh going, Mersh, why do I relate to all of this? She just went, I know, buddy, I know. Yeah, that's how that goes. Yeah. That is how it goes. I know, buddy. Did you see Mersh in the recent highlights video? That clip makes me laugh so much. If not, you should go watch it. You should go watch it. Yes, and shower hope with love, yes. If you didn't know, just for anybody who might be here lurking, if you didn't know, every month I try to make a highlights video of the clips from the previous month. You should subscribe to me on YouTube so that you can see them. They are amusing. And Hope made the last one because I was busy getting married. And I was like, oh no, I'm not going to be able to make my monthly highlights video. I am far too busy. Hope offered to make it for me instead. And they did a wonderful job, and I think it's frankly one of the best ones. Yeah. Yes, this got released yesterday. The video got released yesterday. Me and Spook were wed a week ago. And obviously we had to take like, you know, a week or two before for all the last minute setup and getting things ready. So I've been actually, like, I was streaming up until... Let me double check the date, because we got married on the 9th. I was streaming up until August 1st, but honestly, outside of streams, for probably like a month or so before the wedding, I was quite absent. Just in general.
You got married? Happy birthday, Blue.
I don't even know where to start with that one. I don't even know where to start with that one. We became such fast friends. It's fun that me and her and Cor got to digitally attend the wedding. I'm so glad that was done. Yeah, because that was one of those things where I just went, I want this done, and everybody just saluted and went, yes, ma'am, and they went and did it. I didn't really have a lot of input into how it was done. It was just done. So lots of love to Stanji and Nina and Tamersh for getting that sorted for you guys. Because at that point I had managed everything else, and also it was on the wedding day, so I was like, I am spending 5 hours getting ready. Do this job for me. Yes, ma'am. Very much appreciated. Meanwhile, this seems to be working. Hi, girls! You want lunch? Yeah, I love that you and Nemo, I love that you and Hope are becoming very good friends. It makes me very happy. Makes me happy when I have two different friends who are then also becoming friends with one another. And it's happening with multiple people since the wedding, which is really nice to see. A lot of friend circles overlapped at the wedding. Hope has been keeping me sane lately or making me more insane. Jury's out. Ah, tomato potato. Ah, lunchtime. Mixing friend groups is fun. It is fun. I'm very happy that I'm able to sort of like be the instigating thing with that. It is very fun. But yes, if you've never seen them, obviously there is legitimately over a year's worth of highlights because I started doing them last year. So feel free to watch some of them. I definitely get like a better feel for it as I go. And about November last year, I also dramatically changed up the way I did them. Like the style in which I did my editing. Which is why I'm always like, hey, you should clip things because they'll end up in the video. I shall lurk and BRB to watch the highlights. See you in 10. Enjoy! And I'm gonna... There you go, I'm just gonna pin that. There you go, there's a new YouTube video out. There. I've come to realise that Blue's just the Tism Whisperer. Oh boy. This seems to be working? Question mark. I've also realised that now because the page turning, we're getting the page turning working, I need to update the texture. God, that snapshot so fast though, that's really funny. Oh. Enjoy watching me cuss staring out affectionate. That was very funny. That was very funny. Hi, Hope. Hello, my darling. So glad I got the Microsoft to work when I did, or for the girlies in our goal to feel the galaxy with Estrogen would not have been and may not have made such a close friend. Aww. Aww. Yeah, the spoons! See? Spoons! Literally says in that video, I might be autistic. Spoons! I need a t-shirt that says, don't talk to me about spoons. It snapshots so fast, it's a bit silly. It's a little bit silly. What if I upped the transition duration? What if we upped it? What if we upped it? I just send pictures of spoons I've come across, like my mom's triangular spoon. Why? That's literally what that clip is about. That clip is me getting freaking tilted over weird ass spoons. The entire conversation was like 20 minutes long, and I brought up a bunch of examples of really bad spoons. And that clip is like just the end of it, of me getting just so upset, of just like, why? And then of course the bit at the end where I'm like, I might be autistic. Okay, that's better. That's actually better. It's not snapping shut. These ones will snap shut because I got to apply that to, yeah, each one. So we just make this 5 on all of them. Talking about you, Hope, and how you did an amazing job with your editing. Yes, yes. There are spoons so shallow that they're effectively flat because it looks good. That was, but you can't eat with them, exactly. That was what I was getting upset about. That is what the spoon in that clip is. Like, again, I'm not actually talking about that particular spoon because that happened earlier in the stream, so to speak. But if you look like at the image that is on screen in that highlights video of me getting upset about spoons, the spoon in that image is like really flat, and I'm like, there's the image of the spoon. It's like really flat, and it's got a notch in it, and it's like, how is that supposed to hold liquid? Ah! I'm gonna eat some cheese and do Pokodoko Tokyo later. Bye, have fun! Let me know how it goes. Oh my god, core. Why are you eating soup at the clothes store? I was trying to find it because a fun bit of trivia is that there's like a Scottish like thing. There we go, a spurtle. Do you guys know what a spurtle is? I think that's what it is. No, it's not a spurtle, it's something else. A spurtle is something different. I've forgotten what it's called. I'm trying to find it. I've forgotten what it's called. Enjoy your walk, Kobe! I can't remember the name of it, god damn it. I was literally talking about this with Mum the other day. Because we were talking about our Scottish relatives, and then she was like, random bit of trivia, and I was like, yes, I remember, but now I've forgotten. I can't find it now, and that's upsetting me. That's a stick. How? No, that's not the Spertle isn't what I'm trying to think of. A Spertle is something else. There's another implement I'm trying to think of, which is basically a spoon, but it's like, I mean, it's not a spoon because it's not designed for scooping. It's more of like a stirrer. And I can't think of what it is. It's not a Spertle. It's something else. I can't remember what it's called, but I feel like it begins with S. And literally nothing that I can type in is giving me what I need, which is annoying me. I'm just gonna have to give up because I literally can't Google anything to... I can't give a description into Google that is giving... Yes, I know... Cool, I said a Spertle. A Spertle is not the thing I'm trying to find. I know what I know that a Spertle is a stick for porridge. I know that. It's not the thing I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find a different thing. It's not a Spertle. A Spertle is not the thing I'm trying to find. You don't need to show me. I know what a Spertle is. It's a stirring stick for porridge. That's not the thing I'm trying to find. But I can't remember the name of what I'm trying to find, and nothing that I'm typing into Google is giving it to me, because words are hard. So I just realised I should save this. And I'm also going to mark off tangent, because I've spent about 15 minutes trying to find this stupid spoon thing. Also, it's Monday, so I should technically restart bingo. I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name of it. It's not technically a spoon because it has its own name, but it looks like You know how a spoon is a line and then it convexes like that? There is an implement which is a line and then it basically is just a lump on the end. But it has a name. It has a name. It's like they took a spoon and did that. It's not a spurtle. I've had some chuckles. Good. I'm glad you liked it. Make sure you like it. Hit the like button. Aww. When Hope comes back, or when Hope is home, they need to be instructed to read the comments section of the new video because it's full of comments just being nice to them for editing it. Is it like a honey dipper? No, because it doesn't have notches in it, because a honey dipper has the notches in so that the honey gathers in those notches. Again, they're just, implements that are designed for specific things. No, a honey dipper generally has notches in to collect the honey. Like, subscribe and hit that bell. That kind of stuff. I mean, you don't have to hit the bell if you don't want to, but I would appreciate a like and subscribe. How do you think a centaur goes about being the big spoon? Like this. Like this. Thanks, Raz. Thank you very much. That's arguably Little Spoon, but fair. I was referring to the cow. Because the cow is the one on the outside, which is the big spoon. Why are you deciding to be funny now? It is also the inside of the hug. So it's both. If the person wasn't facing that way, then yeah, that would work. Yeah. Well, presumably, if they're in a sleeping position, the person would be lying down on the ground, whereas in that one, that person is sat up to hug the cow because they're having a hug. So if they were sat down, they were lying down, then yeah. Huh. Oh, somna music. I don't know if I need to go in VR and test this. That's still snapping shut really fast, so it feels like the change I made didn't actually do it. Again, it's not that huge an issue. The important thing is that it is closing. I think I can get rid of that unnecessary animation. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just gonna rename these. 5-6, 7-8, 9-10. Don't think I need these parameters. Nope, apparently I do. Don't think I need this parameter. No, these parameters are not used. Delete unnecessary parameters. So yeah, book close, book grab, book toggle, book page forwards, page backwards, I believe are all used. Start again. Is book closed used? Book closed isn't used either. Let's quickly make sure that nothing got broken from that. Trying to tidy it up. I was in there for a minute. Welcome back, Hope. Speaking of VR, I found another kobold. Another one! Why do you keep looking for kobolds? You already have the best one. You don't need other kobolds, you already have the best one. I was having some rough emotions the instant I opened a chat here pretty quickly. Aww. CP's because it's hot. It's average today, I would say. It's not too warm. You should read the comments for the video you edited, Blue's Orders. Yep. Responses are work in progress. Aww. Yes. The comments are full of love. Comments are full of love. Excuse me. Romney's too messed up. Yep. Okay. There it is. Okay. I need to clear other parameters as well, because we still have some unnecessary parameters. Let me unlock that. We have these unnecessary parameters. So we need grab, toggle, forwards and backwards is all we need. Yeah. There is technically a limit on how many parameters you can have, so if a parameter isn't being used by this asset, I should delete it. Hehe. How do I know the cobalt I have is the best one if I don't shop around? But you know it's the best one because it was made by me. That's how you know it's the best one. Oh my god, why is there an entire cast of Muppets? That's really funny. Namazu just looks the same. I had many hype trains to get both wings to blue. It's true. It was. I think they legitimate. It was legitimately the last one. There was like a pool of 5 that it could have been, and it kept giving me the other ones. Now I have them both. Excuse me. That came out of nowhere. I have both wings, but they're in different sets and I hate it. Same, technically, yes. I have one that is part of the Pride set and one that is part of the Hype Train set. So they're in separate categories. But if you just search, like, if you just search wing, then they appear together. Yeah, Aura's Hope says you can use the, I've forgotten the name of that thing. Colon? That's a colon, isn't it? Yes. I use that when I'm in other people's chats because Lurk is a follower emote, it doesn't like show up in my emote list on other people's channels. But if you do just type Blue Sky Lurk, it appears. So I use that when I'm lurking in other people's chats. But I think only I can do that because it's my emote. I think follower emotes can only be used on the channel. Yeah. Okay. I made a menu for it, and I don't think I needed a menu. Yeah, I don't think the menu's needed. It doesn't have... I think because initially I was like, oop. I broke something. I don't think I should have deleted the menu. Puts it back. You still angry with me? Apparently I needed the menu. Even though the menu is empty and has nothing in it, apparently I needed the menu. That's the problem with when a project is like, it takes so long, but it's also with gaps, because like I started this, and then I stopped it to like do a commission, and then I did some more on it, and then I stopped to do the rings, and then I did a bit more on it, and then I got married, and now I've come back again, and I'm like, oh no. Emote combo works very well. It does. It does. I should get a tail wag emote. They're quite common amongst furry people. Book is on. See, this is a little bit finicky, but I think it's just because of the animations. Yes, the bells of Notre Dame. I had an emote that was like that, but blue tail, and I wish I knew whose emote it was now. I believe that was Blue Canary Gallery. I believe that's Blue. It was Blue Canary's emote. They do follow them. Yeah, it's Blue Canary. There it is. It's Blue Canary's emote. Goes well with the look. Yeah, it does. 30 degrees. Oh no! Oh god, no. We've cooled down now. Oh god, you have my sympathy. We were at 33 for one point. I've had to work to school in 40. That's not fun. No, that is very not fun. That is extremely not fun. Speaking of lurking, I have to do work things, so bye, Core. And as we know, when Core goes to go do work, I look at the time and go, oh, I almost have to go for lunch. Yeah, I think I was just kind of like futzing around because I was like, I know I have lunch soon, so I don't want to set up all the VR stuff. Because I think the next step of this is testing it in VR. I don't even know if this is like a really scuffed way of doing it, but it's like it seems to work. Did I tell you guys? I actually got an email off someone who bought the Dreamer's Diary and was like, "Hey, I don't know if you know this, but I think the page turning is broken." And I had to email them and be like, "It actually doesn't come with page turning if you read the product description, but it is a feature we are looking at adding, which is why there are like elements of page turning things included. It is for the future update." And they were like, "Oh, okay, thank you." And I was like, "Oh, it felt so awkward." I was just like, I'm trying. Because they'd evidently gone in and like seen all of the things here, so you could like see it, like all the stuff that was in place of like it should turn eventually. All of this stuff here. So they're like they saw that there was page turning things, and they're like, "Oh, weird, it doesn't work." And I was like, "It doesn't actually say anywhere on the product description that there is page turning because that's coming in a future update." And that was over a month ago, which is why I keep coming back to this, because I'm like, I'm going to be held accountable. I legitimately told someone who bought this that page turning would be added, which is why I haven't just left it. It sucks more when it's a wet 40 and it feels like you can drink the air like soup. Oh god, yeah. Oof. Awful. But hey, anyway. Sorry, that sounded really dismissive. Sorry. Oh no, the consequences of your own actions. Me being optimistic, of being like, yeah, I'll get the page turning implemented, it's fine. And then me a month later going, oh, why? But it seems to work. The next test is getting it into VR. Ugh. Ugh. The zero, oh god, why? Yes, that was what I was referencing. And how I said earlier, I said I should have "Don't talk to me about spoons" on a t-shirt. I should have a t-shirt that has a crocodile upside down and just says, "Oh god, why?" Okay. be a good shirt. It would be a good shirt. It is the right style of humor for our generation, frankly. Just a crocodile that says, "Oh God, why?" For those who don't know, it's a D&D joke from one of our D&D games. That was Nemo playing a druid and turning into a crocodile. But it was just so unironically funny that it's just one of those things that's always been remembered. Because the delivery was so good. Because it was the delivery of just, oh God, why? Even without context, I'd wear that shirt. Amazing. That's what I mean, is it is just perfect humor. The gods would answer because you're a pig farmer with no constitution who keeps charging into danger. Yeah, but we don't need to know that part. Just because you had the constitution of a piece of wet tissue paper. Right. I've not added in anything new. I've just changed what's currently there in terms of parameters and stuff. So I think when I release this update, assuming that what I've done so far works, I think in theory they would just drag and drop the new package in and tell it to override the old ones. Ferocious Flame, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. I think it would just be you override the old ones and it would have the new information, I think. I've never released an update to an asset before, weirdly. Ah! Well, that was rude. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. That wasn't rude. I love the time when Zero stood up to a dragon, the reason being you're not special. I'm a pig farmer, everything scares me. A dedicated squirrel could scare me. That's true. For those who don't know, Nemo makes iconic characters, frankly. Absolutely iconic. Uh-oh. I've started grazing. That's not good. I'm supposed to be going for lunch soon. It's not a good time to start grazing. Okay. Yep, no grazing, lunch instead. I know! They were right there on my desk, and my hand literally just reached over and was just like, and I was like, it shouldn't be grazing. So... God, I have so many test things now. I don't need that one. I don't think I need these either. I don't think I need any of these test avatars anymore. That's fine. So when I go into VR chat and go into my testing, this will be the only one there. So test avatar, build and test. You guys always said that about my D&D characters, like yours aren't just as good, if not better. Shh. You're breathtaking. Vicious circle of aggressively complimenting each other. Right. Okay, I'm gonna stop that there, music-wise. And I'm gonna... Hi, Cole! Bad timing. I'm gonna go for lunch. It's lunchtime. I will be back. Feel free to leave the window open if you want to. I'll be back in a couple of hours after I have had lunch and done various jobs. I still have jobs to do, would you believe, that relate to the wedding. I still have people to call because there are loose ends that have to be tied up. Yay! Love making phone calls. That was sarcasm. Blech. I do enjoy making characters. Shame that isn't super useful without good story writing skills. So the trick there, if you like making characters, again, as we were sort of talking earlier, is if you feel like you are not good at writing, I would probably argue that. But if you feel you are not good at writing, you find someone who is, and then you make a dating sim together. Thumbs up. Or alternatively, you make a fighting game, but that depends on what kind of vibes you're going for. It amuses me that my retainer is taking on the role of bringing me parts of buildings. Oh yes, your retainer bought you a door. That was very funny. But yeah, I'm gonna go. Thank you everyone for dropping by. Thank you for the new follows and stuff. Sorry for people who just got here that I'm now leaving. I will be back if you feel so inclined. I know that the average user on the internet does have the attention span of 5 minutes. You know who you are. Because I have totally not looked into making a visual novel before. I did know this. I did know this. Who said that? Yeah, who said that? Who said that? Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in about 2 hours because I got stuff to do. I guess I will be loading into VR to see if this works in VR. Fingers crossed it does. If it does, I will need to update the texture because the texture that I made for the book, basically once I realised that I wouldn't have time to do page turning, I left a lot of the pages blank. There's a drawing on that one, but I left a lot of them blank. So I need to like go in and put textures on these pages, and I'm probably going to redo these. So yeah, I just made it so that the front page had a texture on it for Somna because it was Somna inspired. So it has a Shakespearean verse and a Canis Major constellation because stars. Anyway, right. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the rest of your day, whatever it is you get up to. Have fun. Bye!
Hello. Hello, there we go. Hi. We're back in VR for various things. Yeah, I gotta sort a few things out. Where? Pop that over there. Put that out like that. Okay. In theory, I should only be here for a couple of minutes. In theory, but we know how that often works. Floating world. There we go, so I can see you. And let's get our music put on. Right. Okay. Right, I suppose I don't need to faff around with finding another world because I'm just here to test stuff. Stick drift is now making me go backwards. That's new. This controller is gradually getting worse and worse. Ooh. There we go. Okay. So let's see. Avatars. Test. Nova Beast. Good old Nova Beast. What is... Oh, my like, play area is, like, all different from what I'm used to. Weird. Blue has changed. I do sometimes. I do sometimes change. Right. Expressions. Book. Ooh, sounds like Spook's Home. Right. Okay. Page turned. You can see how much my hand shakes. That's not nerves, my hand just shakes. And I believe that's the last one. Oh no, there's one more. See, because the pages are blank, so I can't. I struggle to keep track. I think I need to tweak this animation for this page. It looks like you probably can't. You're probably not going to be able to see this on the camera. So it looks like. See how there's a drawing on this page. Look about here. Look about here. I flick this page. It looks like there's a tiny little bit poking through. That little bit of black there. I think that is some of the drawing from the last page. So I need to alter that page animation. It is peeking through. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, let me look at... Oops. Did not mean to do that. Tools. Nope. Options. Avatar? Overlay. Contacts. The contact on my face is making this a pain to see because it's in my face. But yeah, so these blue orbs are the contact area of the book. So that's the bit that your hand goes in order for a thing to happen. Oh yeah, these two spheres are my two test spheres. I was like, what the hell is this? They're my test spheres. Okay. So, my question is, do I want to keep these as spheres, or do I want to make them like cylinders that sort of go along like the edge of the book? I don't know. I don't know if it's better to have the wider interaction range. Weird. I keep wanting to walk forward, but it's like taking me out of the play zone, which is weird. My play zone's not correct. So I think the delay is probably the animation that I've set, but like I needed to put the delay in there because otherwise when you touched the page, they like all flipped. So I added in a delay so that it would like flip through the pages slowly. But I'm wondering if that delay is also making it so that the pages are a little slow in responding. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. It's a little odd, honestly. Could just be VR chat being a fun game. Oh no. Otherwise, you accidentally swipe past it and the page flips. Yeah, that's what my thought was, is the sphere actually does come quite far away from the side of the book. So my thought is of maybe making the collider a cylinder so it's a little bit tighter. A little tighter to the side, maybe. Because, I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this. You can see the hip cylinder. Hang on, let me turn the camera. The hip one is also. Oh, that's so gross! I can see your collision models. At least name them correctly, Core, if you're gonna make a joke. So you can see that the one here is a like a cylinder, the capsule. I mostly think I was doing spheres for testing, but I feel like maybe making them cylinders. I don't know if I'll go right to the edge of the corners, though. I think I'm probably going to keep the height fairly similar, but just make them a cylinder so that they come in a bit more. So, yeah. But the page turning's working. The page turning seems to be working. Even if my controller isn't. Just that little bit there, which I guess I didn't notice it when it was just the paper texture, but because this page has an image on it now, I'm actually seeing it. Okay. I think the others are okay, though. God, my hands shake so much. I will admit, I think there is a slight thing when the page turns, in that some of the other pages, like, do clip through one another, but I think I had to do that to try to stop them. I had to, like, tuck some of the pages out of the way. So it's like, I feel like you would only notice if you are examining it really close and being really nitpicky. Yeah, basically, in order for the next page to flip over, I kind of have to move the previous page slightly out of the way. It's most notable on that one, probably because it has writing on it. But you can kind of see that this page actually goes in ever so slightly as this one turns around. But it's so this page is nice and clear, otherwise we end up having the problem that this page has, in that the previous page is clipping up through it. So I think it's one or other, and I feel like having them clip through where you can see them is probably more irritating. And that's just me. I don't know if that's me trying to justify it so that I don't have to do more work. Yeah, I think that was why I did that. Of like, you can briefly see as the page turns that the other one clips into the other one, but that's to literally kind of move it out of the way. It's like the equivalent of VR chat clothing when they do the crunching, if people know what I mean. Which is the thing where you'll literally, when you put clothes on, you'll literally cause the body of the avatar to just crush inwards so it doesn't clip, which you don't see because the clothing is covering it. Things like, for example, when you can remove hair and stuff. So it's a similar concept. Okay, so yeah, that hand isn't programmed to interact with that. This hand is. It probably would be easier to see that if all the page animations are correct when I do a texture that puts something on all of the pages, which I suppose is what I'm going to go do next. Because it seems like my page turning is actually working here in VR. Fantastic. We've actually achieved it. It's taken us like 3 months. So yeah. Okay. Right, give me a couple of minutes then. I'll log out and unplug all my VR stuff because it seems like it works in VR. So I guess I'm just gonna go update the texture. So don't go anywhere. There we go. All sorted now. Oh, I turned it on just as you said. Being in VR. Being in VR. There we go. We've loaded up Substance. I did notice that. Covers page texture. There we go. Right, I got a bunch of pages that I don't know what to write on them. The book must have an amazing story. The story of how I slowly lost my mind. Quite the page turner. Now, something I was wondering is that at Ferality Somna, there was essentially a Ferality Somna language that they had made. And I'm literally sat here just like, that would be a pretty cool thing to actually have in the book, but is it something that someone's made into a font? Because I believe it was just a literal A to Z translation. I don't know if you'd call it, I think that's a cipher, but I don't know. I think it was just an A to Z translation cipher. So like in theory you could type something out and then just change the font and it would switch it over basically. But is that actually a thing that I can get? I don't know. Ah, here we go. Someone has made one. Somnatus. A free, unofficial recreation of the Somnatus font seen during Ferality Somna. Okay. I suppose that's as good as anything. Hmm. I suppose I could look in the Discord. Hmm. Ferocity Assets download has a font that's used for the badges. That's not the same as what I'm after. That's not the same. I already have the badge font downloaded. They're adding Full Grand Theft into Now, by the way. I haven't played Now in months. But hey, fair enough. I think they probably are going to gradually add everything. Yeah. It is the community slightly deciphering it. Opening browser. So this was a sign that was in several worlds in Ferality, and this one has been translated. So the yellow is someone who has written over this, but this purple is like a quote unquote language, but people realized that it was just an A to Z like cipher of like a 1-to-1 of these symbols match a letter. So you can see that this sort of like E looking shape under L for constellation is also here in followed. So my brain logically says, because it is a simple A to Z translation, the simplest way for an artist to do that would be to make it a font. So I then go, is that font somewhere I can get? Presumably it is something that they made. And I just thought that might be a neat thing to get hold of, because then I could literally type stuff out and then change the font and it would just change it over. So currently I'm looking through the Ferality Discord to see if that is something. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, here we go. I got approved to share this by the staff. This is the Somnatus font file in a usable file, and it has some examples how it works. It is Fearless is the safest. I'd say it falls under the same TOS the official creator assets has, so free to use for your creations. It works in apps like Abyss, but I don't know much about the others. There we go. Let's try this then. Download. Somnatus Regular. Okay. Fonts. I will need to close Substance for this. Right, let me find my font folder. Move that into there. Ow. There we go, Somnatus. There you go. Sick. Okay. 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 Let me get rid of that now then, I guess, because I think I found it. Okay. Drink some more tea. Ugh. Okay, so Somnatus. Okay, so if we made that this font, okay, I don't want to do that. Starting at the top like that. I still have to think of what to write. Let's get more Shakespeare quotes. Because that's what the first page is. The first page is a Shakespeare quote. There is a goddamn fly in here! How did you get in here? My window is closed. Fuck off. Goddamn flies. Now I've opened the window in the vague hope the fly will go out of it, though we all know that famously flies don't go out of windows, only in. Blech. Something in computer code? No, that's way too complex. It also doesn't fit the theme. Doesn't fit the theme. This is a Ferality Somna book. That's why my first page is a Shakespeare quote. This is from A Midsummer Night's Dream. I have had a most rare vision. I had a dream, a past the wit of man to say. A big circle with lines across it to look magic-y. That was kind of like what this was all meant to be. This was just kind of meant to look like someone had been trying to write in a spell or something. Because you got to remember, I made this before Somna happened. It was only when Somna happened that we learned there was an actual language. So that was like a happy coincidence. So this is just gibberish. And I'm probably going to swap it, actually. I'm probably going to actually type something and then swap it over. There we go. Let's copy this bit of text. Another Shakespeare quote. If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended, that you have but slumbered here while these visions did appear. And then if we take Somnatus and put that in there, it changes over to the Somna font. So that is probably what I will do, is I will just type some stuff out in English and then convert it. The text from the sleep spell? The sleep spell? What sleep spell? What sleep spell? What sleep spell? Let me drink my tea. This is one of the things where it'd be fun if Carls was here and I'd be just like, Carls, English major, what should I write in this book? Like in D&D. Oh, literally the, component. Oh my god, the description of the sleep spell from 5e. That would be very funny, actually. Casting time, 1 action, range 90 feet, target creatures within a 10-foot range.
That would be funny, actually. Hang on. What if I just copy all of this? The text has vanished. Is it because it's because it's so small? Uh-oh. It's because it is too small. I wish I could make this box specifically here bigger. I wish to make this box bigger. I can do that, but I want this to be, like, taller. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, that's why. Because this has just pasted it as one massive sentence. That's why it looks so huge. So every time there's a full stop, I'm going to hit enter to start with. We'll do it after each comma as well. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, it still really needs to be trimmed a lot. Has to be trimmed a lot in order to be actually legible. Because it doesn't auto flow to the next line. Yeah, it doesn't auto flow to the next line, so I've got to format it myself. Which is fine. I've done something similar before. Slightly better. Okay, yeah, definitely needs to be more. A recipe for chamomile tea. Also a good idea. Though I think a recipe for chamomile tea is take some chamomile and boil it. I probably just offended a bunch of people. Okay, I need to make this quite trimmed, actually, I think, in order for it to, like, fit. How about that?
More Somna. Somna music coming on. Maybe I should spread this over 2 pages. Because when I turn it into the font, it becomes really small. It needs to be, like, fairly big to be legible. Also, it looks like we have characters that are not accepted. Oh, numbers. I don't think it accepts numbers. Yeah, it doesn't accept numbers. Okay. That's simple enough. 20, 90, 1, 1, level 1. Sleep isn't a level 1 spell, is it? Oh, it is. $20. Roll 5. 5? 5 D8. Of second level or higher rolls an additional 2 D8 for every level above first. Okay, thankfully we can space things a little bit closer. Hi, Nan! Twitch's fault. We'll blame Twitch for that one. Hope you had a wonderful week and a good week ahead. Thank you. I hope you do too. Also, hi, Growlith. Both turned up at the same time. I was typing in Twitch, decided to do the whole here's some anniversary date thing. Yeah, I was saying before, I don't actually pay attention to the affiliate anniversary very much, I'll be honest. I know that some streamers make a big deal out of it, but yeah. I never remember when it is. I never remember when it is. Okay, so shall we say that this chunk is the first page? That is still, like, too much. Damn. There we go. That's the first like chunk. Okay, I can't squish the words together anymore than that. We've still got unknown characters. Is that going to be the bracket? The bracket, okay. We don't have brackets. So I need to... do this some more. Like this. Yes, we are doing a bit at the moment. Oh, it's so close, it's still overflowing slightly. I may fill the entire book from this alone because of how big. Because of the size, I have to make the font in order for it to be at least legible. Even if it can't be read, it needs to look like it's legible. And how much text there is, this is probably going to fill like 3 pages. It's like, that's not far off ideal size, but it's cutting off. Okay, I've also realised that the like spacing isn't working. So I need to do, I think, this. So it doesn't do indents by the looks of it. Looks like it's not doing indents. Closer? Which one is that? That's it's components, probably. Like that. Yeah. I wish I could make this box bigger. Okay, that can be squidged. That cannot be squidged. You know what? That will probably do. That will probably do. Not paying attention, doing programming, and hearing who's a good boy from the advertisements. Oh no! Advertisements are targeted. Did you know that? Let me duplicate this one. It was a dog treat commercial. Advertisements are targeted. Did you know that? I'm gonna put this one as like a title. It's the title of the spell. Cool. So that bit of text there is this up to there. So we'll keep going. Because actually, I love this idea now. Leave that one there. All right, what page am I on here? I think technically I'm going to move these around. In fact, I did say I was potentially going to delete these. I don't know why that changes like that. Because it shouldn't. But okay. Constellation. Because it's... yeah. That's just garbage text. I'm going to get rid of it. There's more garbage text. I'm going to get rid of it. Mm-hmm. Probably going to be pretty quiet because I'm going to be like focusing, I think. So by duplicating the layers, I kind of end up making a semi-bold effect, which is interesting. But I think I will leave it. It's a bit intense, actually, yeah. Right, I'm going to move this flower along so that the spell is like on a continuous pages. Hmm. Okay, so right, so if that's roughly how it needs to, that they had to be formatted, so I probably need to. Let's start with just this paragraph to start with. go. There we go. There's another paragraph. I might put a little drawing down here. I look like all you need. Love you while the moon is still out. The way you move, the way you feel. Okay, so let me remove that. Tablet. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I just wanna feel your skin on mine. Feel your eyes do the exploring. Do a bit bigger. How are you not dead? I need to do this thinner, I think.
Lo-fi. Little too close to the sun. Okay. Lo-fi. Too fast to live, too close to the sun. Okay, that's how that paragraph turns out. Let's put this one in. Are we going to fit everything in, do we think? Oh, I can see that my FPS is dropping again. Thank you, Substance. Clearly has a memory leak, and they will never fix it now. This is the old Substance. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if someone was like, hey, what if we put in a memory leak? Because that way people will buy the new one. Okay. That's probably where I'll leave that paragraph. No. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and try to do this in one go in this one. Okay, that looked correct. Let's go with that. That one's fine where it is by the looks of it.
Alright, okay. It won't do indents via tab, but if I just do spaces, it actually does the indents. I'll go back and change some of them. I'll go back and change these to indents. You know what? No, they look fine. Interesting that it won't. There we go. Put some spaces in it so it thinks it's a line. There we go. That's a bit better. There we are. Let me do these again now. Excuse me. Remembered last second not to sneeze directly into the microphone. There we go. I filled in technically 2 pages because I deleted 2. So I've written 4, but I got rid of 2, so I've added 2 pages. There we go. Save. Yeah, and literally a chamomile tea recipe consists of put chamomile and lavender into a teapot, fill with boiling water, leave to stand for a minute, leave to infuse, stir in honey, and strain in to serve. Screw it, we'll do it. We'll do it anyway. Because I only have a couple more pages to fill. I got 2 here, and then the back page. Bah. Bah, bah, bah. Bah, 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 bah. What are you trying to learn, Core? What are you trying to learn? Okay. 2 TSP dried chamomile flowers, pinch of dried lavender, optional, 2 TSP honey to taste. Trying to find the command to do TTS in GLaDOS, they do not make it easy. You know, I give up. It's down in the it's down there, Core. It's down there. Hi Simon, good to see ya. It's down there, Core. It's the big thing that says the TTS. That was noisy. It's not. Twitch, why do you do this to me? It's this thing right here. It's this thing right here that says TTS. You there. It's that. I'm on mobile. Well, I can't help you. It's right there. How are you? I'm good. I'm very good, as you can probably imagine. I'm very good. I'm very happy. We've been having a great time. Somewhat returning back to normal life in a way. But yeah. Very good.
How have you been? What was I doing? Right, so I had a space and then enter, and then I go... like this. Put Chamomile. And fill. There we go. Bah. How was the wedding? Lots of people? Oh, yes. Lots of people. Because Spook's family is very large. My family is very small. And also a lot of them couldn't actually come, which was very sad. So we invited friends to make up numbers almost. That's not true.
Who is a good boy? You're a good boy, yes you are.
Hi, Cash. Hello. Cash. The pages turn. The pages turn. The pages turn. I'm updating the texture. The pages turn. I need hyper vibrate emotes. Yeah. I'm adding in text. I found close enough. Yeah, that's close enough. I'll take that. I found on the Ferality Discord a font of the text that's like, it's like fan made, but apparently the Ferality staff like have given it a thumbs up. So I'm now just typing stuff into the book to just fill the pages. Okay, and then we have... But yes, the wedding was lovely. We're still waiting for the professional photographer to give us back the photos because they're taking a little bit of time. But apparently some of our friends at the wedding got shown some of them early, like on his camera, and they said that they were gorgeous, but we've not seen them. So I'm waiting. 2, 3. Also, if you're wondering what it is I'm currently typing in this, it's a recipe for chamomile tea, which was Core's idea. Because sleep. It's a recipe for chamomile tea next to the picture of the plant. It was Core's idea. These 4 pages are the sleep spell from D&D. As well. So it's a book full of references, because this is Shakespeare, which I'm leaving in English. I'm fixing up the pose in VRM poser for my Hyanid model because I forgot to save it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I did some... Oh, I can see substance eating my frames again. I did some, like, small modifications to my model in Warudo and forgot to save them. So I've been there. Substance now deciding to munch my frames again. But yes. Oh, I can't wait to send Simon. I can't wait to send you some photos. I wore a dress. I wore 2 dresses. Unbelievable. I wore 2 dresses. I will have to send you a photo when we have them. Because you won't believe it unless you see it yourself. Leave the... Oh, I missed out an S there. Leave the flowers to infuse for 2 to 3 minutes. That's minuets, which is not the same as minutes. Stir in honey and strain. Enter into cups and serve. Hello, husband.
You change that now to background husband.
Husband, I should. Who are you and what have you done with Blue? A dress, multiple dresses, 2 dresses, and high heels. Oh, substance eating my frame rate. Let me save and close.
Is that the Swedish Viking?
He has arrived.
The Swedish Viking is online. Hi, Simon.
Heyo.
Long time no see.
Let me close substance because it's devouring my frames.
You have no frames.
I don't when substance is open.
Oh, wow, yeah, I can see that.
It'll come back in a minute. It gets. I said this. It gets progressively worse the longer I use Substance. So I'm convinced that Substance Painter has some sort of memory leak in it, and Adobe will not fix it because they went. There we go. My frames are back.
Thank you, Simon. We were thinking of you on the day.
Yep.
I only took some of my keys with me, and I left all of them at home, but I kept my little leather spook GC on there.
Aww.
Simon was with me in my pocket.
Aww. That's really cute.
A pocket Viking, just in case.
That's actually really cute.
And his picture was on the wall. The picture.
That's true. We had a picture wall of like photos throughout the years, and we had the one from GemuCon on the wall.
The one.
So you were there in spirit, very much there in spirit. Had a random moment with Sledge. I made Sledge a loaf. Oh my god! Oh my, let me click on that. I took one for myself and make it a handful of others into a base. That's really cute. That's a great way to do it. Because I made an A for Pirate King, the emote. So it's kind of like a YCH that I offer is the A. A. Do you have a new name like now, like Blue Spook Wolf 09 or something? No.
You're not even taking my name.
No, that's the thing. I'm not actually taking his name, so my name is the same. Blue Wolf. No, the squad has been trying to come up with many different names. Some of them.
That bitch.
Wow. It's meant to be both of us. So which part is you?
I'll be the that.
You're just a that.
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 What's for dinner, Blue?
I don't know.
You are a shit one. Not taking my name, not making my food.
Wow. I provide other services.
No, we're allowed to talk about that on
No,
no,
that's against TOS. This is the internet. We come up with many names. I'm aware. I am aware. There we go. We've done another one. I'm filling the pages of the book asset.
Have you found out how to turn the pages now?
Yes.
See, I
So
told you. Didn't I
finalising
tell you
the
would?
texture.
I said you were having a stroke.
did it,
You were
yeah.
like, can't get it to work.
Yeah, I was. I was
And
having a
said,
lot of
You'll get it to work later on. You went, no, I won't, because I'm shit. And I
I
mean,
I didn't say that at
did.
all.
You
I've
went-
told you a million times not to exaggerate.
She had a proper breakdown.
Told you a
in the
million.
middle of Wagamama's.
No, I didn't.
Needles went everywhere.
I've told you a million times not to exaggerate.
The staff had to come over and throw you out. I got to stay.
You got
I was
to
allowed
stay.
finish.
He was allowed to finish his noodles, everyone. No noodles for me. But no, I mostly completed it with help from Ace.
Was that the one that you said would help you? Was that the person that you said was technical?
Yes.
Yes. I thought you Yeah, but I pay attention in parts.
Yeah, mostly.
What? What are you looking at?
You?
Just trying myself.
Yeah. Speaking of D&D, I just got the new D&D 2024 books, and I will now never buy another book from Wizards of the Coast ever again. We didn't even go that far, bud. We didn't bother.
No, we had a look at Matt Colville's. which
Yes,
looks very spicy.
we've bought Matt Colville's new TTRPG instead, which looks very interesting. If you would like to hear about it, you can message Spook because he likes talking about it.
Yes, it seems cool. It's had given me that same sort of
Ooh.
as when we started playing 5th edition. We were like, oh, I understand this now. I understand the rules and what it's talking about. So reading through it, and I'm like, this sounds cool because it is different.
Yep. It says, speaking of D&D, I can't remember if I said earlier because the conversation's going so fast. These 4 pages are the sleep spell. Because Ferality Somna is about sleep. So this is the sleep spell. Spread across 4 pages.
There should be a picture of a goose next to a picture of a shoe.
Honk.
Honk shoe.
Honk shoe. And then I just have this picture of one of the flowers that I drew. And then a recipe for chamomile tea. And now I have 1 blank page here and 1 blank page here.
Daggerheart's one I need to look at because I know Simon's talked about that for a while. I believe, if memory serves me right, it's a bit more of like a grimdark sort of survival. Could be wrong. I think so. I know Simon talked about it before.
Daggerheart's the crit roll one, isn't it?
Oh, is it? I thought it was a different one.
Yeah. Published by Darrington Press, imprint of Critical Role Productions.
Oh, never mind. I think
Yeah,
it might have been
Dagger.
a different one.
You're probably thinking of. Is it Blades in the Dark?
That was it.
I remembered something.
Something to do with stabbing.
Yeah, Daggerheart was the one that we kept mentioning when you kept telling people of like, oh, there's this new thing, and I was like, they both released like within a week of each other, both Daggerheart and Draw Steel. It's very odd timing, but yeah, Daggerheart is the crit roll RPG. They've like made. I know nothing about it.
I'm now going to go put clothes on.
You didn't have to share that.
I didn't, but I did.
Well, enjoy that, chat. Enjoy that cursed knowledge, knowing that he's just been stood there the entire time. Once they got rid of Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford, they can. Oh, they did. They got rid of both of them, but both of those guys were so good. They were like the backbone. What? What weird choice. They were like the backbone of 5e. And yeah, another reason why I'm not bothering with the new editions. I'm just going to stick with 5e rather than 1, because that's what they've called it. They've just called it 1. I'm just sticking with 5e. It works. Blaze in the Dark is amazing. John Harper is the best. He's an amazing guy. Nice. But yeah. I also want to say just in general to friends of like, sorry for being like so absent for a couple of months, but wedding. But I'm back now. So you might see me more often. Lead story designer and lead rules designer. Nah, I don't need those guys, right? Jeez, it's like I'm generally pretty bad at remembering names to do with anything, but even I remember that Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford are very important to 5th edition. Imagine having life happen. I can't believe you went and got fucking married. Cringe. Fair. You know what? Fair. Yeah. Imagine vanishing from the internet for a month and coming back married. I've put rings on my avatar. It took me like a day. Got married, had a day afterwards to like deal with all the post-wedding stuff. Immediately went and put a ring on my avatar for VRC. On my main, I haven't put it on any others yet, because that's a lot of avatars. But both those guys now work on Daggerheart, so I'm going to follow. Ah! So, very good. Well, because they did have... They had Chris Perkins on Critical Role, didn't they? At one point. Gonna do the same with mine, at least once we get married, but also I'm not gonna make him. Aww. But yeah. It was not subtle. Spook came in to my room while I was putting the ring on the avatar in Unity. And he looked at my screen, he just went, "Is this why you made the rings the week before you stopped streaming because of the marriage?" And I was like, maybe. So someone conveniently made a bunch of rings for VR chat that I could just put on my avatar. Imagine. How convenient. Funny that, isn't it? Gay. Been a guest a few times. Yeah, I thought so. I haven't watched Critical Role in a long time. I watched all of season 1 and then basically fell off. Even though it was amazing, I just basically didn't have time. Because when season 1 happened, I was still in education, so I would watch it while I was doing schoolwork. Because background noise. Right, I need to think of 2 more pages. We've done sleep spell, and we've done a recipe for chamomile tea. I could do like another drawing, maybe. Maybe I could do like a spell circle or something. I do have the Somna sigils, I think, still. That's my logo. Yeah, there they are. I still have the Somna sigils, so I could do something with those. Never watched it, but they have good people. Yeah, they do. I did blindly buy a book. I let me correct myself. I blindly asked for a book for Christmas, which was then bought for me based off a Critical Role recommendation. Because they had the author Patrick Rothfuss on for a couple of sessions. And he was like, "Hi, I'm an author. I wrote this book." And all the Critical Role people were like, "The book is really good." And I was like, "You know what? Screw it. I need books. Books are good." So I have the book. I have not read it, but I'm getting better at reading now. I went through a big phase. Name of the Wind, correct. Yes, I haven't read it yet, but I have it, and it's on my to-read list because I went through about a 3-year gap of not reading, and I, within the last sort of 3 months or so, have picked up reading again, which was a great way to sort of deal with wedding stress. Of not being on the computer all the time and trying not to doom scroll on phone. So I was like, let's do reading again. So I've been reading, and it's great. So I have got a backlog of books that I got ages ago and never read that I'm getting through. I'm currently reading A Natural History of Dragons, and I'm nearly finished. I also read This Is How You Lose the Time War, which is a lovely book, and it's quite small, so it was a nice one to ease back into reading. But yeah, so I was looking to maybe read that one next. It is quite a chunky one. It is amazing, however, it's part 1 and part 3 isn't out yet after 12 years. Oof. Part 1 and part 2 are great. I have both part 1 and part 2. I asked for part 1, and I'm guessing because it's so hard to find gifts for me, the person who bought me part 1 also bought me part 2. And the little novella. What's it called again? The Slow Regard of Silent Things. So I have those 3 books all from the same series, and I haven't read them. But I'm going to, because I'm getting back into my reading. I have quite a lot to get through of books I haven't read and have just had for ages, and also some books that I'm just I want to reread. Because reading is good. I'm probably gonna make I'm probably gonna post about it in Skywolf Discord, because I have a reading app now, which literally just tracks your reading and Duolingo style of hey, have you done your reading today? And I'm on a 110-day streak. Even if it's just a little bit. I managed to keep my streak up despite getting married, because I read a chapter both the night I needed to go to sleep before the wedding, because I was struggling to sleep, and I was like, phone is not a good idea here, so let's read. And I read some more in the morning because I was nervous, and I was like, I need to distract myself. So, book. Which ended up being a good idea. So, reading. Thumbs up. That's an amazing D&D player who was on Acquisition Incorporated team for years. Very entertaining. Nice. Very nice. So yeah. Yeah, kind of looking forward to reading those, especially because I was chatting in a Discord thing about books and stuff, and someone brought up In the Name of the Wind. And I was like, I have that. I should read it. I have a lot of books I need to read. Oh yeah, I read the Spiderwick Chronicles as well. I started with quite small books to sort of get myself back into it, and now the book I'm on is what I would call a more average size book, but In the Name of the Wind is quite a big one. It's quite chunky, so I was like building up to it. But yeah, I'm enjoying reading again, which is nice. Admittedly, I'll confess, because I always feel guilty about this, but everyone always says it literally doesn't matter. It's still a book. Sometimes I genuinely don't have time to read, so I listen to an audiobook and mark that on my reading track. And literally every person I've said to, they're like, nah, it counts. I'm like, does it? And they're like, yeah, it counts. So I'm like, okay. But I tend to do that if it's like legitimately I'm not going to have a chance to read today. Is Spook playing Blades in the Dark? No. He just remembered that was the one that you talked about before. Spook isn't currently playing any RPGs. I've just been chatting with you. I haven't actually been thinking about what to put on this blank page. Yeah, Spook is not currently playing any RPGs, but the arrival of the MCDM RPG has like rekindled his interest in it. That's simply not acceptable. Well, be the change you want to see in the world. Isn't that what they say? Okay, I think I'm going to make the last page also a Shakespeare quote. To the two either side. It's not as lengthy as that one, though. Front page quote. Duplicate. Back page quote. Don't threaten me with a good time. You know we would love to see you more, darling. Likewise, he. Spook's trying to organize a strategy game night. That's not streamed or anything, not the same as my community nights that I stream on Fridays, but basically a lot of people that came to the wedding, obviously, naturally the topic of games came up, and quite a few people voiced their interest in playing, a lot of these bigger strategy games like Stellaris, Humankind, etc. So Spook decided to take the initiative on that one and is like, sure, I'll organize it. So he's literally in the process of organizing it, and the idea is that there might be multiple games being run in case people can or can't come. So, what was the list? Stellaris, Humankind, Master of Orion 2, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Dice Kingdoms, Endless Space 1 and 2, Endless Legend, OpenTTD, and Stronghold Crusader. I think currently they are working on setting up a Stellaris game. But I think the idea is that if they have a Stellaris game with, say, 6 people, and one of them can't turn up on the night, they will then play a different game from that list, but with only the 5 people. So, yeah. And Spook is organizing that in my Discord, the Skywolf one. not roll with it, just so you are aware. Yeah. Yeah, Spook literally posted today, when are people available for first Stellaris game, thinking of 1 to 2 sessions after work during the week as opposed to the weekend, because weekends get booked up. So Spook is doing this independently of me, basically, because I will still be doing my streams and stuff. I like how Frost and I started playing Europa Universalis and 2 months later, we were 12 people. They just keep spreading. I'll threaten you anyway I want, it's just threatening with you with a good time is more interesting. Sure, let's go with that. So yeah, I'll put that out there for you. Currently trying to organise Stellaris, but multiple games I think are being planned. I believe there's literally a channel in the text section of Skywolf Creations Discord that is called Strategy Game Night, and that is Spook. Don't forget to pick your roles. So I totally get that, like, obviously, because naturally as a streamer, whenever I go live, I ping the at everyone, and I totally get that people mute that. So the Twitch notification role is to try to override that. So it's like you can mute the server, but if you do want notifications, you can opt in. Essentially, is what that's meant to do. So obviously, if you're not interested in the going live notifications, then don't pick that. And the events role is generally for weekly game night every Friday. Every Friday, I will pick a game and we will play, and that is streamed. So people have to be on their behaviour. So that is generally what the events role is for. Is there an option for you to not tile? Nope. UV wrap repeat? None. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, I got one page left to put something on. I'm not fully sure what. You know what? I'm going to be mushy. I'm just going to type something out. I have to get some food in me and start working on some leather stuff. I'll talk to you later. Take care, everyone. Congrats again. Thank you. And thank you for dropping by. It was good to hear from you. Hopefully we'll all get to hang out a little bit more. But yeah, I'm going to be stopping so that I can get food soon. I just want to basically finish this last page since I only have one page left to do. Somna music again. More Somna music. You can see my frames are being eaten again. Oh, come on. Don't die on me. We're so close. I'm so close to finishing. Frickin' substance, man. There we go. Okay. Pages of text. Save. And I'm going to export textures. That's probably still fine. Yep, we'll do all of that. Export. Open output. Okay. Good. Right, okay, let's freaking close this because it's dying. Wow, my computer's dying so much that it, like, lagged the scene transition. Wait a moment. We're crawling back up. Anyway. Okay. Don't need that anymore. Right. I'm done for the day. There we go. So, I'm gonna need to. There's still stuff to do. I gotta put the new texture in. I gotta recompile the package and upload it. I might put in a little note to just be like, I recommend you just reinstall it. Or just recommend you put the new one in. Just for simplicity. Just a little footnote to just be like, I would suggest you just delete the old one and put the new one in. But yeah, and this time I will probably, I've never done this before, but I should film like an actual video of the page turning for the shop so that I can show that the pages turn. Bye bye, Core. Hope you have a good day. Right. Okay. I think I'm just gonna go. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go. So I will see you guys tomorrow evening. I know it's been a while since we've played Amber Isle, and that's gonna carry on because I've got another game to try and play, and it looks like a really cool one. So I'm looking forward to that. So look forward to that on Tuesday evening. I've got a new game to show off. It's probably not going to be like a permanent edition, but it's one of those ones where it's like I've been sent a code and stuff, so I'm gonna check it out because it looks like a really good game actually. So look forward to that. I hope to see you then. But for now, enjoy the rest of your day, whatever it is you get up to, and I hope to see you soon. Bye!